Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Hi. Have you been here before? Yes. Okay. So, what? Okay. Uh, so we're working today with the artist Crystal Worl, and she's got a commission to do a sculptural installation at the SeaTac Airport as part of their expansion of the Sea Concourse. It'll, they're hoping to have it installed by May of this year. Um, it consists of 27 of these glass bears that will be mounted on the wall. We're blowing them in two parts. We will have one mold for the body and a separate mold for the head. Yeah. So they're all bears. So she's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. We have a crack team of glass blowers that work for the museum. Each of them has at least 25 years uh, of glass blowing experience, except for our intern, who doesn't yet have 25 years. Um, so we'll be starting the pieces over on the bench on the left, and then we'll do most of the work will happen here in the center. Crystal Worl is a Native American artist. Her heritage is Tlingit and Filipino, and she draws a lot of her work is drawn from her cultural roots. She's an advocate for indigenous rights, and she started out as a 2D artist in painting and printmaking, and she's had several several projects of sculpture. This is one of them. She's been a resident artist at the Pilchuck Glass School. She's been a resident artist here, and we brought her back to do this commission. Over here on the left, Sarah and Eden are starting the bubble for the next piece. Eden in the white t-shirt is heating up the colored glass. Sarah has blown a bubble of clear glass, and we're going to coat the clear glass bubble with the colored glass. We call this a color overlay. In the center, Gabe, man in the hat, has a bubble for the head of the bear. And he's working on that right now. So we've blown it into a mold. He's going to make a few adjustments to it. And we'll continue from there. You guys have any questions? Today at 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Crystal Worl, will be giving a talk here in the Hot Shop. So you hear from her own mouth about her work and her philosophy, and it should be pretty interesting. The mold for the head includes most of the head, but it doesn't include the ears. We made the ears separately. They're being kept warm in this silver oven called the garage, and we're going to attach them as we go. So we're getting ready to attach the ears now. The furnaces and the glory holes run on natural gas. The torches run on propane. That's a propane and oxygen torch. It, excuse me? It is hotter, yes. Uh, that allows us to get a small area of the glass hot quickly. So we're preparing the head. When we join two pieces of glass, both pieces have to be hot. So we heat up the place where we're going to attach it. We heat up the thing we're going to attach, and then we press them together and they fuse. The woman in the overalls over here is Priscilla, and she's working on the molds. An integral part of this whole operation. We're using a metal mold, a cast bronze mold for the head, and a plaster mold for the body. It's they're right there. So right now, Gabe's heating up the bear's head, where he's going to attach the ears. Well, there's 27 necessary for the installation. Um, we're hoping to get to 30, 30, maybe even 35, so we have some extras. Yeah, that's the projected plan, but you know it depends on how the construction goes at the airport. That often can be delayed, and then the art installation gets delayed. So as we work on the bear head in the center bench, Sarah over on the far left is starting the bubble for the body. these are for a commission for an installation at SeaTac Airport. And it's going to be, they're expanding the Sea Concourse. And there's going to be 27 of these glass bears mounted on the wall in 3 rows of 9. So she's working with, she herself is not a glass maker, so she's working with our resident team of glassblowers here at the museum to make the work for the installation. So in the center workbench right now, Eden and Gabe's sitting at the bench, are working on the head. I said, Eden and Gabe in the center are working on the head. Sarah is starting a bubble for the body. So they're 2 separate pieces, and we're going to join them together. She'll collect all the glass, put on the color, and then she'll bring it over. And Gabe will blow it into the plaster mold to make the body. So now we're going to transfer the head from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. This will break the glass off the original rod, and this will allow us access to the opposite side. So we have 4 folks working on this team. You have Gabe Feenan in the dark shirt, Ben Cobb in the gray shirt, Eden Gibbons in the black and white shirt, and Sarah Gilbert over on the left. As we finish the head, we take it over to the garage. The garage is the silver oven with the curved side. It operates at about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. In the garage, yeah. So now in the center, Gabe has the bubble that we're going to use for the body. Priscilla is setting up the mold in front of those little steel stairs. Gabe is shaping the glass in a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Gabe's going to get that bubble really hot. And up the stairs. He'll drop the bubble into the mold. We close the mold around the bubble, and we blow. Gabe is using a tool called the jacks to make a notch in the glass. That notch is where we'll break the body off of the metal pipe. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Good, good. If you think of something, give me a holler. We're making a little hole on the underside of the bear. We're going to pour in an anti-shatter compound when it's cold, and that'll hold the thing together should somebody break it. going to transfer the body from the rod it's on now to second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it temporarily while we join the two parts together. Over on the left, Sarah Gilbert, has the head of the bear. We're about to attach the head to the body. Here comes Sarah with the head. Both pieces of glass are hot, and when we press them together, they'll fuse. Once that's situated properly, we'll break Sarah's pipe away with a little water. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Okay. If you do think of something, let me know. Speak a little louder. It's a bear. The connection between the metal rod and the sculpture itself is fragile. It has to be kept warm so it doesn't crack. So periodically you'll see one of the glass blowers take a big torch and just warm up that connection to prevent it from cracking. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. It'll be on Concourse, the new extension of Concourse C. As we finish one of these, everything has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we'll take the sculpture off the metal rod, we'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. We keep the annealer at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects that we make during the day in there, and then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. That's Sarah in the green jacket. And she's going to carry the finished bear to our annealing oven. The yellow gloves that she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that sculpture, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll take it to the annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Yeah, this is a commission for the Seattle-Tacoma Airport. And it's going to be installed at the extension of Concourse C. It's projected to be May, but with construction stuff, you can never tell. Thanks for coming in. At the end of the day, yesterday, we made some extra heads. They're being stored in that oven over there, and we're going to pick one up. Ben's going over, and he's going to grab one of the heads that was made yesterday afternoon.
that's okay. So, are these going to be on part of the sculpture?
Yeah, it's gonna. The artist Crystal Worl is going to make an installation at the Seattle-Tacoma airport. There's going to be 27 of these bears, and she's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make them. They're all blown into molds, which she and her assistant Priscilla have created. We have two separate molds, one for the head and one for the body. And right now they're working on a head. So it's already been blown into the mold, and we have a couple other little things you got to do to it. One thing is we're going to add the ears. Do you guys have any questions?
So they're using two different kinds of molds, right?
Two different molds. I mean, yeah.
So then they, in essence, do they keep both of them hot so they can then put them together?
Yeah, we'll blow. Each one will be blown into a separate mold, and then when they're all ready, we'll stick them together.
I had blown glass at one time.
Okay.
That's why I tried to understand what is it you're doing.
So the body is blown into a plaster mold. The head is blown into a bronze mold. The ears are made separately, and we're going to attach them. That's what Gabe's going to do now. They're sitting in this oven over here called the garage. That oven operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra.
So Natalie's making
Gabe's grabbing one of the ears. He's going to heat up the edge of the ear and heat up the place where we're going to put it. And then when we jam them together, they'll fuse. Over on the workbench on the left, Sarah is starting the bubble for the body. So all these little tubes you see, they're all going to get cut off and ground and polished. Do you have any questions? Okay. Do you know about our contest for kids? Any kid 12 or under can do. How old? Oh, perfect. So there's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms, and you can do a drawing. And once a month, we pick one of the drawings, and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for you to keep, and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter, and we have a large exhibition of winners of the contest across in our exhibition space. In the center, Gabe is heating up the place where we're going to stick the ear on. Ben is coming over with the ear. It's on that metal tray. Gabe will grab it, heat up the edge of the ear, and stick it on. So we're making these glass bears for an installation by the artist Crystal Worl. There's going to be 27 of them. We're making these in two parts. We're making the head separately and the body separately, and then we're going to join the two together. Right now, Gabe has the head, and he's working on the ears of the bear. Gabe is heating up the glass. He's going to make a little notch in the glass, so where we're going to be able to break the head away from the metal pipe. We're going to transfer it to a second steel rod called the punty. Do you guys have any questions? So now we're going to put the head in the silver oven with the curved side. That's called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll heat it up a little extra. Over on the workbench on the left, we're starting the bubble for the body of the bear. That's Sarah Gilbert. So that is the mold for the bear's body. So it's several pieces and it's hinged. We drop the bubble in there, close it around, and then blow, and we get this shape. No, well, I guess the original was 3D printed from Crystal's drawings, and then we take a mold off that, and then make a number of these plaster molds off of that. So these things only last for a few iterations, so we have to make a bunch of plasters so we have enough to make all the bears. So now Gabe in the center wearing the hat, he has the bubble that we're going to use to blow into the mold for the body. We'll shape the bubble with a tool called the block. It's that little scooped out wooden thing. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Did you have a question, sir? Oh. So he's getting the bubble ready to go into that mold that's sitting on the floor. Yes, it's hollow right now, but yeah, we'll drop the bubble in, close the mold around it, and then we'll blow. No, I think it's more like that one there. This color right here. All the colors you see while we're working are distorted by the heat. The orangey color is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. That's the same physics you're seeing here with the bubble. So we close the mold around the bubble and blow, and we have the shape of the body of the bear. Making these glass bears for a commission that the artist Crystal Worl has, and they're going to be an installation at the SeaTac airport in their expansion of Concourse C. There'll be 27 of them. 27. Gabe in the center is squeezing the glass and making a notch where we're going to break the glass away from the metal pipe. The tool in his hand is called the jacks, and making that notch is called jacking it down. now Gabe is heating up a spot on the base, and we're going to make a hole there, and we'll use that hole after this is completed, and we're going to coat the inside of the glass object with an anti-shatter coating. So we need a hole so we can pour the resin in. We're going to draw up a little tube out of the wall of that bubble. And we're going to cut that off, and that should leave us a nice hole kind of tilting slightly outward. We'll knock off that little knob, and now we have our hole. How many shots do you get out of those glasses?
Five or six, yeah. It was just the price difference to make a metal mold and the glass was just different. Like, yeah, it's just a cheap mold as well.
A lot of work.
Way less work.
Yeah.
What are they?
Bears.
Bears. Okay. All right. Bears. Yeah.
What?
Bears, cats, mice, oysters. Bears.
Sort of a Northwest Coast stylization up there. Yeah, installation of 27 of them, 3 rows of 9. We put up the installation drawing. So there you can see the Thank you. So we're going to transfer the head, the body, sorry, from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will hold it temporarily while we work on the opposite side. Hi. How are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? These these glass bears, that's the bubble that he's working on now is the body of the bear. We're making them in two pieces. They make the head separately, make the body separately, and then we'll stick them together. So we've made the head for this one. Now we're working on the body. No, the blowtorch just softens the glass so we can shape it. The torch itself doesn't shape anything. It just softens the glass where we want to shape it. To Yeah, yeah. If we let it get too cold, the glass will crack. So we have a short period of time. We put it in the glory hole. That's the round oven, and we have a minute or two where we can fool with it, and then we have to put it back in the glory hole, warm it up again. If we just kept it out there and worked on it, it eventually would be too cold and it would crack. Yeah, he's working on it. He's putting a little hole in the bottom. They're going to pour in when it's cold. They're going to pour in an anti-shatter coating, kind of resin that'll line the inside, so if they break, pieces won't go all over the place. Okay, that's cool. Now Sarah's coming over with the bear's head. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. There's a mold for the head and a mold for the body. You drop the bubble in there and you close the mold around and then you blow. It fills out the mold. No, no, we blow a bubble. It's hollow. It's a plaster mold. It's three pieces. We open it up, drop the bubble in, close the mold around it, and then we blow. It fills out the mold and takes on the shape. I'll be here. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an electric oven called the annealer, that big black oven over there. We keep it at a constant temperature all day long. We place everything that we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. The slow cooling process. What? Yes. The process. This cooling process is called annealing, and the oven in which we do it is called the annealer. So Sarah's put on some protective clothing. Sarah in the green coat. She's going to carry the finished bear to our annealing oven. If we made this and we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too unevenly and it would crack. Yep, it started already. They're starting the next one over on the left. Oh, that's the mold for the head. The mold for the head of the bear. A metal mold for the bear's head, and we have a plaster mold for the body. Priscilla was saying she gets like 5 shots. Well, the metal mold lasts forever, but the plaster mold, she said she gets about 5 shots out of each one. It starts to degrade, and you don't get a nice clean shape anymore. I'd say the bubble's probably neighborhood of 2,000 degrees when it goes into the mold. So into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for our artists and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. This is the artist, by the way, Crystal Worl. So this is her project. She's been commissioned to make a sculptural installation at the SeaTac airport. And we're hoping to. There you go. Oh, you want me to get
Oh no no,
Chris to come down?
I got it figured out.
If you came in a little later, this is our guest artist, Crystal Worl, and she's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make these glass bears for an installation at the SeaTac airport. She's going to be giving a talk here in the hot shop at 1 o'clock. So she'll tell you about her work and her philosophy, and it should be pretty interesting. Over on the bench on the left, we're dropping colored glass on top of Sarah's clear bubble. All the glass in our furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately. We buy it in the form of these bars. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with a layer of red or blue or green, whatever color we want to make. We have a little video. We can show you how that's done. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Now Sarah's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So when we dip the bubble in there and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. So this bubble that Sarah is making, Sarah in the black shirt and shorts, is going to be for the bear's head. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? I have no idea. I don't think it's polite to ask. That's her over there in the center. Well, there'll be 27 in the final installation, but we'll probably make 30 or so. So from this point on, we'll be working at the center bench. Anybody wants to shift down? We have plenty of seats. The best seats in the house are sort of at this end of the center section. So Gabe in the center, shaping the glass with a tool called the block. And now he's going to switch to a pad of wet newspaper. Just ordinary everyday newspaper folded up and soaked in water. We'll drop the hot bubble into the mold, close the mold around it. Up. We're going to try that again. You guys have any questions? We're making all these glass there. An installation at Seattle-Tacoma Airport. So we drop the bubble into the mold. We close the mold around it and blow. And the bubble takes the shape of the interior of the mold, which is the shape of the bear's head. artist for this project is Crystal Worl. Crystal is the woman in black standing to the right of center. She's working with our resident team of glassblowers to execute these sculptures in glass. Ms. Worl is a Native American artist. Her roots are in the Tlingit tribe, and a lot of her work is influenced by her culture and deals with interaction of both traditional culture and the modern world. She started out as a painter and printmaker, but she's moved into sculpture. And these bears that we're making are part of an installation she's going to do at the Seattle-Tacoma Airport in their new expansion of the Concourse C. We're hoping to have them installed in May, but that depends on the progress of the construction. There's almost always delays in big construction projects. Tell all your fellow passengers that you saw it being made. The mold that we're using makes the shape of the bear's head, but we're going to attach the ears separate. We've pre-made some of the ears. They're sitting in this silver oven with the curved side, and we're going to heat them up and attach them. Over on the far left, Sarah is starting the bubble that we're going to use for the body of the bear. That's also going to be blown into a mold. No, he never worked here. He's got his own studio in Seattle. What? Oh, yeah. He's got a studio in Seattle. They're still making stuff every day. At the center workbench, Gabe is preparing the bubble for the for the head. We have a metal mold, which is sitting at the base of those stairs. When he gets the bubble all prepared, we'll drop the bubble inside, close the mold around it, and blow. It's going to be an installation at SeaTac Airport. There's going to be 27 of them hung on the wall. They're going to be installed on the new expansion of Concourse C. So, but we probably won't be installed at least until May. Today at 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Crystal Worl, is going to be giving a talk here in the Hot Shop. So if you're interested, she'll be talking about her career and philosophy, and should be pretty interesting. And that'll be starting here in the Hot Shop at 1 o'clock. So here comes Gabe with the bubble. Drop it inside the mold. Blow. It fills out the mold and takes on the shape of the bear's head. We put up some of Miss Worl's artwork up on the big screen. Crystal Worl, a guest artist, started out in graphics. She's a painter and a printmaker. She also has a company called Trickster, where they make products with Native American designs. She's of Tlingit and Filipino ancestry, and she draws a lot on her cultural heritage to inspire her work, to promote cultural awareness, and explore the interplay between traditional culture and modern culture. Does anybody have any questions? If you're up,
When he was using the blowtorch after he put it in the mold, what does the blowtorch do?
it softens the glass.
And so what is I guess so after it's in the mold, what does he need to soften it for? Like what is that? Is that just
Oh, he's going to add the ears, and he's going to sort of make some impressions where the ears go, and they're going to stick the ears on. We've got all sorts of little things to do to it. Did you have a question? I thought I saw you raise your hand. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. We're going to make another one of the heads. Sarah, over on the bench on the left, started the bubble. You bring it to Gabe in the center. Now Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. You guys have any questions? We're making these glass bears. The bubble that Gabe has right now is going to become one of the heads. We're making them the bears in two pieces. We have a mold for the head and a mold for the body, and then we're going to join the two pieces together. So So right now, Gabe is preparing the bubble to go into the mold.
How hot is the glass right now?
What?
How hot is that glass?
I'd say about 1800 Fahrenheit.
It looks so. I want to touch it.
Innocent? Yes. That's a very common emotion. Every glass blower touches it once.
You're gonna do it once.
The molten glass in the furnace has the consistency of honey. So it's like dipping into a big jar of honey. It's very touchable, even though it's not touchable. We only have one class, and that's only for, we have a free class for military personnel. We don't have any classes for the general public. We do have little try-it sessions. We can try glass blowing. We have some kids from the local high school glass blowing program walk you through making a simple object, but it's not a real class where you learn to blow glass. But it gives you a chance to try it.
Chance to touch it.
Chance to touch it.
Public high schools here in the area
Yes.
offer
There's a program in the Tacoma Public Schools called the Hilltop Artist Program. It's at Hilltop Heritage, which used to be Jason Lee, and at Silas, which used to be Wilson. In fact, today, our intern, Eden, who's helping us out today, she's in that program. You see,
Is that the mold right there?
yes. We drop the bubble into the mold, close the mold around the bubble, and blow. And it takes on the shape of the interior of the mold, which is the shape of the bear's head.
When you go down there, do you have to get right to it, or do you take? I mean, you get a little surfing in while you're there.
I watch the live stream all the time. Yeah, I'm a flame worker. I just been talking to the store, got some pieces in there. Excited, yeah. It's always easier to show. Yeah. Here's my Instagram right there, so you can see kind of
Well, blow it up, I can.
plants, animals, and insects are the stuff that I like to do. So
Nice. Very nice.
thank you. Been doing it for 27 years now.
Wow.
Somehow fell into it at 18.
You got to start. It's become pretty popular now.
Yeah.
Advent of pipes.
We didn't have any color.
So they would buy the colored bars, and they heat it up, and they had a little press, and they squeeze out each button. And the reason that when you have so many colors is because they had to match fabric. And it wasn't until the 1960s there were enough independent glass blowers to buy them with this type of equipment.
That's interesting. I never heard that origin at all.
I didn't really know it either. I had to write to the company to find out. It always was. It always made me wonder. The companies are like 100, 150 years old.
Yeah, back
Who
in
they sell?
that was industrial times. It wasn't just all aesthetics. Trying to make it beautiful. It was like it's gotta sell.
Oh no, no, no. I mean, the colors are based on beauty.
Yeah,
They were, but as part of the sadness, that's probably
that was huge.
then it wasn't until the 1960s that there were independent glass blowers who would buy them.
That and I was dropping my kid off at the airport, flying out to do a foreign exchange student thing potentially. They're flying to Denver for an interview and then flying back tomorrow. I guess it's to like kind of test them out. Can you fly to Germany alone? You can fly to Denver alone, and you can probably do it to Germany. I guess.
How old?
15. So yeah.
Study German?
No, the program doesn't they just told them about it out of nowhere. So yeah, they don't know any just the little teeniest bit. I guess that's all part of it.
It'll be an experience.
Yeah,
Actually, I'm from Germany. I would have to say it's the country that's most like America.
it really is. Yeah, I went there too, and it was very much like the Pacific Northwest too. Maple trees.
Climate wise.
Yeah, I really like it.
Good luck with your stuff in the store.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope so.
Thank you. So we're fire polishing the ears. So the head itself is blown into a mold. The ears are added separate. We heat up the top of the body, the bottom of the head, and we press them together. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. Think of it like wax. If you had two pieces of wax and you got them hot, they'd be soft, and you press them together, they'd stick to each other.
Can we touch one of the color rods?
Sure. I'm going to hang on to it.
Yeah, please. Caroline, do you want to touch the color rod? That's what they use to like melt to like different colors. Thank you.
Do you guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. It's free to enter. There's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. Doesn't cost anything. Just do your drawing, fill out the entry form so we can contact you. And if we pick yours, we'll call you up, bring the whole family down. and we'll make them right in front of you. We'll make two, one for you to keep and one for the museum collection. So it's a good deal you really can't lose. Yeah, no, you can send it in. Yeah. Yeah. So just grab an entry form while you're here. Grab an entry form, one for each kid, separate ones, and then, yeah, mail your drawings in. Sure. At 1 o'clock today, our guest artist, Crystal Worl, the woman in the black and gray at the just to the right of the center. She's the artist behind this project, and she's going to give a talk today at 1, and that'll be here in the hot shop. So I think it's going to be pretty interesting. So if you're here, come check it out. We're going to transfer now. The head from the rods originally formed on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the head temporarily while we form the opposite side. So in the center, Gabe with the hat is preparing the bubble for the body. He's going to squeeze the glass, make a narrow section at the part near the pipe. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. And we're going to do what's called gathering on a post. We'll make a little narrow neck, and then we're going to dip it once more into the molten glass, but we're only going to cover that spherical part. We'll leave that neck part exposed. So right now, Gabe's letting that bubble cool and stiffen. And then we're going to coat it once more from the furnace with it just around that kind of bulbous round part. Now Gabe is shaping the glass in a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass.
Yeah. The last mold, it's done its service, so do your worst, boss. Are you coming in now?
So we're going to heat that bubble up till it's really soft. We'll climb up the little set of stairs and drop the bubble into the mold, close the mold around it, and blow. Here we go. We're closing up the mold. And Gabe's going to blow. The bubble will fill out and take the shape of the interior of the mold.
To make the mold? You like
Somebody carved it. We buy them.
buy it? Okay.
Just us. Hello, hello.
That's wood. That's stored in water so that the wood doesn't burn. The mold itself is plaster. We use a metal mold for the head and a plaster mold for the bottom. Move the speaker a little bit. There you go. Mostly over his cold. Well enough. Oh, this is If you came in a little later, we're working with the artist Crystal Worl. She's been commissioned to do an installation at the SeaTac airport. They're extending the C Concourse. This is all new construction, and her work has been selected for artwork in that extension. We're making these glass bears. It's going to be an installation of 27 of these glass bears in various colors in 3 rows of 9. They'll be wall mounted. In Seattle.
Oh, in Seattle. Okay.
This is we're kind of an all-purpose glass museum.
Oh, okay. So you make things for
People
projects.
work with artists from all over the world. We admire Mr. Trihuli. Sometimes exhibit some of his work, but he's not any official artist.
Oh, okay. That's the only one that I knew of around
Right.
here.
Yeah, no, he's a very famous artist. And there is a Trihuli museum, but it's in Seattle, next to the space.
By the Space Needle? Oh, okay. Great. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
So what were you saying the fair is going?
It's going to be a sculptural installation on the Seattle-Tacoma airport. They're building a new extension.
Oh, the new extension? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And so it's going to be displayed. There'll be a wall-mounted installation on the new concourse.
Doing stuff like this, they must be getting close to finishing.
The construction,
Yeah.
we're supposed to install these in May, but you'll never know with construction. That's the plan, but who knows?
Okay. Now these are blown into a form, right?
We have 2 molds, one separate mold for the head and a separate mold for the body.
Oh, okay.
And then we join the 2 together.
Sticking a tail or something on the other one?
No, just shaping the opposite end.
Oh, he's joining the head now. Okay.
Sarah has the head over on the far end. So we haven't joined it yet. She's just warming it up.
But you guys go through a hell of a gas bill.
Not as much as you would think,
Really?
because we're heating up a very small space to a very high temperature. When you heat your house, you heat up a giant space to a very low temperature. So a typical house,
I used to work as a stringman.
a what?
Up in the fort where we made string.
Okay. Oh yeah, like leaf spring.
Yeah. And I got to be to the point where I was putting that.
You weren't coming over here. I thought you were gonna walk over here.
Hello, hello. Just to let everyone know, after we take a break in here, Crystal Worl is going to be giving a talk about her work. All right, thank you all. Hello, hello. Greetings, everyone. My name is Jabari Owens Bailey. I work here at Museum of Glass as a curatorial education program manager. And I, today, am excited to introduce Crystal Worl. Crystal is Athabascan, Filipino, and Tlingit from Juneau, Alaska. Crystal is a talented, multidisciplinary artist based in Juneau. She draws inspiration from her cultural roots and the natural world around her. Worl's artwork is diverse, ranging from Tlingit, Northwest Coast design to contemporary multimedia pieces. Her work often explores themes of identity, connection to land, and the interplay between traditional and modern ways of life. In addition to creating art, Worl is also an advocate for indigenous rights and works to promote cultural awareness and understanding through her artwork. Her work has been exhibited in galleries and museums around the world, and she continues to be a prominent voice in the indigenous art community. Today, Crystal lives in Juneau, Alaska, working as a co-owner and co-designer of Trickster Company with her brother Rico Worl. Without any further ado, Crystal Worl.
Thank you so much. I'll use this. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. I'm gonna start by introducing myself how my grandma taught us to introduce ourselves. Kakia yuchat tuasok yech ayachat lukahadi nachatsati. Athna dakahidi yechit shangu khwedi yadi ayachat. Gonana nachatsati. My Tlingit name is Kakia. My English name is Crystal Worl. I'm Tlingit. On my father's side, I am Tlingit, Filipino, from the Raven Sockeye clan. And from my mother's side, I am Degaton Athabascan, from Fairbanks, Alaska. I live in Juneau, Alaska, and this is a big honor for me to be here with this awesome crew. I really appreciate you guys coming to my talk. I work in graphic design, painting, printmaking, murals, public art, and occasionally glass. As you can see, my work is pretty vibrant. I like to use color palettes that are very bold, and they're colors that I see when I travel around the world. I hope that these pieces get your attention. Most of my designs are about identity. They speak to being in a place we call home and a feeling of belonging there. They are vibrant and bold, asking for us to look and consider how we identify as human beings. Humans naturally relate to animals, the land, and other humans. We have to in order to survive. When we're not living in harmony with these three things, we are not in balance. And right now, our country is not in balance. It's hard to feel shocked about what's happening in the news these days. Many of my works are significant to place. Our tribe is one of hundreds of tribes on Turtle Island. Being indigenous means belonging to the land, and with it comes our responsibilities to care for it. It is also our responsibility to care for the beings that occupy the space. That includes each other. We've been doing this for thousands of years. The resin panels at the Juneau International Airport that you see here welcome and bid travelers a safe journey to and from our homeland in Juneau, Occoquan. Everyone is welcome here, and everyone belongs. Everyone in our community has a role, and it starts with listening. I love storytelling, and murals are such a fantastic tool for sharing our stories and reminding us to take care of what is really fragile and worth protecting. Murals are truly about and for communities, and it is important we give these platforms to our artists to tell these stories. This is a piece that's in Anchorage. It's an ode to Denina Land, but it's also celebrating the diversity of so many different tribes and people from all over Alaska that live in Anchorage, that move to Anchorage to have jobs and be with family. I designed it this way because I wanted to find what connects all of us in Anchorage. It's the land, it's harvesting off the land, it's berry picking, it's fishing, it's hunting, and coexisting. These are all things that we have in common in Anchorage community. We can all relate to living off the land. Right now, the current administration is opening up the Ambler Road. That is to the development of a 211-mile private industrial road that would give access to minerals like copper, zinc, etc. This development would cause environmental damage, impacts on wildlife like caribou herds and salmon. It would cross fragile Arctic ecosystems and cause further threats to subsistence lifestyles. This is a design called Raven Dreams of a Salmon Return. It's going to be a mural that will be painted in Anchorage as well this summer. As humans, we have responsibilities to be good stewards of this land. That includes salmon. Those are our relatives. My homeland is in Southeast Alaska, which is the world's largest temperate rainforest. We are fighting the current administration who is trying to rid of subsistence hunting and fishing. You should also know that the temperate rainforest exists because of salmon. They deliver nitrogen in their bodies from the deep ocean, which literally fuels the richest rainforests in the world. Without the protection of subsistence, indigenous communities in rural Alaska will be without food security and cultural survival will be at risk. My mother's family, we have not been able to practice our traditional way of life. Fishing, catching fish, hanging fish, smoking fish, off the river from the interior. We haven't been allowed to do this for about 6 years now because the salmon return is dwindling exponentially, and it's small rural communities that are losing their rights to these first instead of commercial companies. And so our children will not learn how to smoke fish and therefore lose an integral way of who they are. This is a mural that is in Juneau, Alaska. I wanted to commemorate a fellow Klan member, Elizabeth Pradovich. In the 1940s, her and Roy Pradovich helped advocate to pass one of the first anti-discrimination laws in the United States. And she's from the same clan of me, which is the Hlukahadi clan, the Raven Sockeye clan, which is why I decided to put the raven and the salmon sockeye behind her. And the fish eggs that are below symbolize regeneration and looking into the future and what are we doing to protect our future generations. What does the future look like for our children? Sadly, the news today is not surprising for most BIPOC people, specifically Indigenous people. As Indigenous people, we know change. We know disease, colonization, injustice, depression, ongoing racism, which is alive and well to this day. We also cannot forget the removal and the atrocious treatment of our lands, our relatives, and our children. Today, we are witnessing the same kind of abduction, violence, and removal happening now. These are happening to our neighbors, our family members, our friends, our community members, our children. So as you can see here, I am a big grandma's girl. I love my grandma Rosita. I am so proud of her. She's one of the many women I've had in my life that have taught me to be simultaneously strong and loving. I've asked for her permission to share some of her story with you today, so I'm going to read her words. It is a Tlingit custom for one child to be given to the grandparents so that the child could bond with them, and the child will in turn take care of his or her grandparents when their grandparents get old. So when I was living with my grandparents, I was kidnapped at the age of 6 and brought to Haynes' house. I remember the cab driver asking these welfare ladies if we should stop so that I could tell my grandparents that I was going away. They said, "No, drive on." And that's when I knew something was wrong. I started to fight them, but I was only 6 and I couldn't defend myself against 3 people. They threw me inside of the airplane into the fright section. The missionaries were very cruel. The punishment they gave us would be called child abuse today. They washed our mouths out with soap so we didn't speak our native languages. I remember they used to make me stand in front of all the kids and make me talk, and all the kids would laugh and laugh. The missionaries would make them do that so that they would feel ashamed. They also adopted one of the training methods we had for our young men after they had bathed in the ocean sea waters for hours. They had to run through a gauntlet with women hitting them with switches. But what the missionaries did when we were punished, they had boards made with holes in it. Then we would have to run through a row of older girls who had to hit us as we ran through the line. At nighttime, the older girls would cradle me and ask me, "Why don't you listen?" It was sad to hear the girls crying at night. When we were in bed, I remember I used to wet my bed, but I would lie in my own urine to dry the sheets, and then on Saturday, I would rush to take my sheets off and run and put them at the bottom of the pile of the sheets. So that was something that my grandma gave me permission to share about her experience that she very recently started talking about with our family. And her experience is one of thousands, many untold. I wanted to share this with you. It's a document that my great-grandfather John Llanot had signed. This is a government document. It's a certificate of examination of an Alaskan Indian as to qualifications, as to claims of citizenship. I'm just going to read the bottom part. That on examination, I found that, in my opinion, the said applicant, John M. Llanot, has abandoned all tribal customs and relationship, has adopted the habits of civilized life, and is properly qualified to exercise intelligently the obligations of an elector in the territory of Alaska. This is a document that my great-grandfather signed so that he could have basic citizenship in our community, to have basic rights, keeping in mind that this was during a time there were restaurants and bars and businesses that had signs on the door that said, "No dogs, no natives." And there were also bathrooms that were separate bathrooms for native people. What's crazy about this document is he also had to spend a year convincing 5 people from the church, the military, and the school that would essentially sign this document to verify he was civil. And I'll read this last part to you. We, the undersigned, white citizens of the United States, have been permanent residents of Alaska for more than 1 year, and do hereby certify that we have been personally acquainted with the life and habits of John Planot for more than 1 year, and that in our opinion, he has abandoned all tribal customs and relationship and is duly qualified to exercise the rights, privileges, and obligations of citizenship. So I scanned this and scaled it up and painted over the certificate and did a salmon sockeye, which is our clan crest. It's John Planot's clan crest. The government, military, the church, and the school all had one slogan that embodied their mission to assimilate and remove our identity. Kill the Indian, save the man. Today, we are slipping back into a society that suppresses. The current administration is repeating a behavior that is forcibly and violently acting on the physical and spiritual removal of culture and community within individuals. And sadly, this is not new. What we can do now, we need a more foundational change. It can be with standing up for cultural diversity. For the past 3 years, I've been working to create a permanent glass-blown art installation that will be installed at the Seattle airport in the new concourse that is currently being built. By next year, visitors and locals will fly here and be welcomed to this land by a very colorful, bright, and friendly wall of plushy gummy bears made of glass. This is the new concourse that they're building, so it doesn't exist yet, but it's currently under construction, and supposedly will be done in May. As you approach the wall, you will see that each bear is unique. Each bear has their own persona and something to contribute to the whole. As you step back, you will recognize that when they're all together, they become a community that is diverse and powerful. I am Tlingit, and our kinship is matrilineal. We follow our mothers' mothers as they followed theirs. In our society, we are born into our mother's clan. It is our responsibility to care for and love our opposite clan members unconditionally. Caring for opposites allows us to maintain a balance. It also allows us to create a distribution of wealth within our community. Wealth is shared. These are photos from my mother's side. Matriarchy is probably the only thing that will repair this situation. All women are leading. Women ensure that children and communities are safe. For women, leadership is not about a hero or a central figure. It's about getting the work done, even when the work isn't glamorous. That photo in the bottom right corner is me and my mommy. Her name's Beverly Dementive. Indigenous ways of knowing is something we can all practice. It does not celebrate a system of individuality. It's about caring for those around us. It's about thinking on a community scale. How do we move as a whole? All roles are significant, and all roles deserve protection. So, how do we look at ourselves? It starts with removing toxic individuality, indigenizing our perspectives, our behaviors, and values. Let's think of ourselves as a whole and learn to take care of each other. In Tlingit kinship, our clans are considered opposites, and it's with honor that we take care of our opposites. We make long speeches and big efforts to show how much we love our opposites, how much we care, how much we'll be there for them. No individual bear can survive alone. Each bear has an important place in a community. Every bear is unique and has something to contribute to the whole. I want to thank the Museum of Glass for having me here and letting me hire this amazing team to fabricate for me. I feel so fortunate that I get to know that I've gotten the time to get to know these guys and have them work so hard for my art to come true. I want to thank Lynn Reed, who drove from Portland. Lynn at Vitrolux has been creating molds so that the bears could have ears. Very important. I want to thank Brandon for coming from Seattle and supplying a studio space that we could make a big mess at. And of course, this project would be something completely different and not as cool and probably kind of lame if it wasn't for my assistant Priscilla, who's been the main conductor of this train. Yeah, so this has been a big honor for me to be here, and it's very special, and I just want to thank everyone that showed up. And that's on the live stream. Thank you. Okay, let's go eat lunch.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a very special guest artist, Crystal Worl, and she's working with our resident team of glassblowers to do a commission for the SeaTac Airport. They're building out Concourse C, and this artwork that we're making here today will end up in the new Concourse. Just to give you guys started, I'm just giving you a very quick introduction to glass blowing. Everything that we make here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the two machines where you see the doors closed. There's one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. They're called color bar. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue. When we want to apply, when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever colored glass we want the object to be. We have a little short video. We'll show you how that's done. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we color the glass in that manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with red glass, we could only make red things. If we color each piece individually, we can have any color we want, anytime we want. So the installation that Ms. Worl is going to make is going to have 27 of these glass bears. We're making them in two parts. We have one mold for making the head and one mold for making the body, and then we're going to stick the two parts together. So right now, these guys are working on the head.
What is that opaqueness, the opaque color? How do you
Glass.
get that on the inside? This is all pumped
That's glass.
inside.
It's colored glass, just like you saw in the movie.
Okay.
I don't understand what you're.
Well, it looks like it's not on that. It's not a coating. It looks like it's on the inside. Like
Yes,
coming
it
out
is,
like a
because it
cloud.
is.
Cloudiness all the way through, though.
No.
It's not all the way
No.
through.
No, it's we make a bubble of clear, put some color over it, then we put more clear over that.
Okay.
So it's basically
Clear
line
on the whole
line
top of it.
color rather than color all over.
What part is it going to go into in the airport? You know where it's going to be placed?
It's going to be in the new expansion of the main concourse. That's what they
Where they
tell me.
put it?
I have no idea.
Where they're going to put it?
They're building, I guess, an extension to the concourse. That's where it's going to be. So the mold gives us the basic shape of the head, but we're adding the ears manually. We made the ears on another day during this residency. They're sitting in this silver oven over here called the garage. We call this oven the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Does anybody have any questions so far? Well, we'll probably make about 30, 27 for the actual installation. It'll be 3 rows of 9. Maybe what? No problem. Good there. Right there. That's the mold for the body. And there's a metal mold for the head. The body molds are plaster. The mold for the head is cast bronze. No, they're gas, natural gas. you guys?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. You guys have any questions?
No, not so far. Just enjoying the process.
Do you guys know about our contest for kids? So as Gabe in the center workbench works on the head of the bear, on the left, Sarah is making the bubble for the body. So we have like a little bit of an assembly line here. She'll collect all the glass, shape it up, bring it to Gabe, and Gabe will blow it into the mold for the body. bubble of clear glass from the furnace. Did you see the movie?
I did, but it was flipped. It felt like the color, what you showed was a color on the outside and the clear glass on the inside. This one has the color on the inside, right?
Well,
It's
no,
clear
there's a
on the
bubble.
outside.
There's a clear bubble in there. And then there's the color over that, and then more clear over that.
The color is over the top of it. Because you didn't show
It's in the middle.
It's a mold. Yeah.
There's a clear bubble, then there's color, then there's clear over that.
Okay. And then you shove it into that.
We make a bubble out of it and blow it in.
The bubble is blown in there. Okay. All right. Wow, that would be cool to see. Are you guys gonna blow any bubbles?
Oh yeah. For the body, right?
Couple questions.
Yeah.
Are these solid or are these blown?
Hollow.
And what's the end display? What's the end?
There's going to be 27 of them. There'll be 3 rows of 9. They'll be mounted on the wall.
And the clear glass on the bottom, is that just from?
That's temporary. While we're working, that's going to get cut off and polished will be gone.
Are we going to display it here, or is it going to be?
No, it's a commission for SeaTac Airport.
Oh. Yeah, very cool. And are they bears or?
Bears, yes. Rendered in a sort of traditional Northwest native style.
Right. Thank you.
So over in the center, Gabe is preparing the bubble for blowing the body. The mold for the bear's body is the plaster mold sitting right in front of the steel steps. Here we go. Gabe drops the bubble into the mold. We close the mold around the bubble, and he blows. He blows into that steel tube, and that inflates the bubble inside the mold, and it picks up the details of the body.
put like gobs of color up over the top, so it's just the color is on there. But then it would be glass, though, right? So that would be hard.
Color is glass.
Right. Right.
So if we put gobs of it on, it'd still be glass.
It'd still be glass. Okay.
Everything is glass.
The
rods
texture.
are glass.
I guess my question is like, how do you view like different textures so that it's not like glossy glass, but
We
maybe
could
like.
sandblast it.
Ah, okay.
Rough up the surface, make
Yeah.
it matte.
Yeah.
We can acid etch them.
Okay.
That also makes a frosted surface.
Yep. Okay. That's kind of what I was getting at. All right.
What are these critters?
Bears.
How will they be assembled in place, like the structure to keep them in place?
They're going to be wall mounted. They will glue one of the brackets to the glass itself, and we'll mount another bracket on the wall, and it'll be kind of what they call a French cleat, where it hooks on. The wall mounted thing is here, the cleat is here. Oh, my T-shirt. Oh, I wasn't expecting you here, so I didn't bring it. And you wanted a woman's large and a large? Large and a women's large. I was. I don't think I'm at Hot Shop Heroes till not this week, but next week.
I'll be there. I'll be at class Wednesday.
Yeah, I think I'll be at the class not this Wednesday, but the following Wednesday.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the mold?
We use there's a bronze, a cast bronze mold for the head, and plaster molds for the body. So it's just cast plaster. What? Her assistant made them. You mean her assistant made the plasters? I don't know who made the bronze. That's Priscilla in the overalls. She made the plaster molds. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? So we're going to transfer the body from the rod it was originally made on to a steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it temporarily while we work on the opposite end. So that clear tube that's holding it now, that'll be gone when we're finished. So Gabe, holding the torch, is fixing up the opening where we just broke it off. Sarah, over on the far left, has the head. And once we get that opening cleaned up and shaped, then we'll attach the head to the body. heat up parts of the glass that we want to shape, and the heat makes them soft, and we can shape just that part that we heated without ruining the whole thing. So that torch has a 5,000 degree flame. It runs on propane and oxygen. Sarah's coming over with the head, the bear's head. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When we press the two together, they'll be bonded forever. We'll break off Sarah's pipe with a little water to crack it and a little tap, and off it comes. Anybody wants to take pictures? Knock yourselves out. Put us on Instagram and make us famous. The glass on the end of the steel rod that's holding up the sculpture, that glass is fragile. As long as it stays warm, everything's okay. If we allow it to get too cold, that glass will crack. And when I say too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. Almost everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We have a big electric ovens at each side of the studio, the big black ovens. We keep them at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. That process is called annealing. And if we did not do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break.
About how thick is that glass? If you're gonna say like, on the inside is hollow, right? So is it like half?
I haven't measured it, so
Half
but
an
yes,
inch? I mean, just approximately.
3/16, I would say.
Okay.
More than an eighth.
It looks strong.
Yeah. I mean, if you drop it, it'll break. Right?
Yeah.
The two black pads that are in Gabe's hand, that he's adjusting the head with, those are made out of cork. Cork like in a wine bottle. The cork has a little give and allows us to press on the glass without leaving any marks. So we're getting ready to take the glass to the annealing oven. If you look to the right of center, you'll see Sarah with the green jacket. She's got on Kevlar gloves. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that sculpture, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll put it in the annealing oven where it'll be slowly cooled overnight. That gets cut off. That was just there to hold it temporarily while we work. Tailpipe. Getting the bare parts out.
You can kind of see the tails sculpted in the back of it instead of laying down in the sculpting part.
Yeah, those are the clear tubes that can be cut off. When we're ready to remove the sculpture from the metal rod. We'll make a little crimp in that clear tube. We'll drip a little water on it. Water will shock the glass and make a crack, and then just a light tap will release it. Gabe's going to take the jacks, those metal tongs, and make a sharp crease in that tube. And that's where we're going to break the glass away from the metal pipe. The clear glass that's on there now, we'll leave that on there, and then when the glass is cold, we'll cut that off and grind and polish it. Here we go. We'll drip some water on that crease. Drip it off the end of those tweezers. Give the pipe a tap. Off it comes and into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for our artists, Crystal Worl, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Eden Gibbons. Thanks for coming in, guys. Thanks for coming in. Do you guys have any questions? Nope.
Just curious, artistically, why did they choose green?
I have no idea. Not my artwork.
She didn't disclose that.
Nope.
Nancy Airport Interiors.
I have no idea.
Thank you.
I don't know. I would guess probably 24, 25.
How many are they doing?
We're shooting for 30 and maybe even a little more. There's only 27 in the actual installation, but we want to have a couple of extras. What? Worl. It's spelled W-O-R-L, but it's pronounced like whirl or twirl. W-O-R-L. Crystal Worl.
So are these all like a color drop?
Yep.
Is that how they're doing it?
Straightforward color overlay.
Where's the brass? Oh, is that the brass mold there? I guess.
Yeah, it's bronze, but yeah.
Is that like the most common type of mold to use?
Well, the cast iron. Yes. Everything's any kind of custom stuff is expensive. I think they paid like $5,000 for the head mold.
How long do you reckon they last for like a brass?
Forever. The plastic molds are probably good for about 5 shots. They start to break down. Does anybody have any questions? You mean the building or the? Oh, there's 3 reasons why the building is in this shape. Reason number 1, most important, it looks really cool. Reason number 2, the entire building is designed to act as a giant chimney. So there's a natural updraft, take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces, just like a chimney in your house. The reason number 3 is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect, Arthur Erickson, saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw those big cone-shaped buildings, and that's what gave him the original idea to make the building in this shape. If you look up on the big screen, you can see one of them. In a less enlightened time, those were called wigwam burners. So those dotted the waterway before the museum was here. So Gabe is working on the bear's ears. Once we get this head squared away, we'll place it in this oven over here called the garage. We'll keep it warm. We'll make a body. Then we'll pull the head out and stick it on top. outbuildings, and they burn the waste wood from the sawmills for power. And the architects saw old pictures of this waterway. He saw all the big cone-shaped buildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building. We'll probably make maybe 30, 35 just in case.
How are they going to be displayed?
Mounted. We're going to be kind of a French cleat style. So one part of the cleat, the L part, will get mounted on the wall with screws or whatever. The cleat part will get glued to with silicone to the glass piece. What? They are colored.
I guess it's not the final kind of design.
Oh, you mean is there going to be any other decoration on them? No, I don't think so.
Is there any significance of that?
It's part of her culture. She's from the Tlingit tribe, and certain animals have certain significance in Tlingit culture.
And is Pinky Booker largely we see in Alaska?
It's the Northwest in general. I'm not super up on all the various tribal affiliations.
Right.
I mean, it's more complicated than I had ever imagined.
Yeah, makes sense.
There's clans and moieties they're called. And it's pretty long. But anyway, the main thing she said to tell people that she's clean.
Cool. What's the microphone for? Are you doing like a presentation over there or something? Or is that
That's so the people in the audience can hear me. I'm the tour guide.
where should we go after this?
Go see the exhibitions. Have you seen the exhibitions?
No, this is the first stop.
This is the first stop, yeah.
I thought we'd get some
Yeah, we have-
appreciation for the process.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Well, when you're done with here, I mean, we're going to be making the same bear all afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have one called Field Notes, which is an exhibit of artists reacting to nature. And then we have an exhibit called Kids Design Glass, where we make sculptures from the kids' drawings. We have a contest here at the museum. And then there's a small exhibit of my drawings across the hall. And what else is here today? I think we have some exhibits from the permanent collection as well.
Yeah, we see another one like that.
the artist has been commissioned to do an installation at SeaTac Airport in their new Concourse that they're building. Here in Washington State, there's a law that new construction, public construction, has to have set aside 0.5% of the budget for art. If you go to Seattle Airport, you'll see there's lots of art all around. Yeah. So they're commissioning this installation of the bears from Crystal, and that's where they're going to be. There's going to be 27 of them, 3 rows of 9 bears in a variety of colors.
We're getting to see commissioned work done right here.
Yeah, no, it's good. We work with artists all the time here. We probably have 30 odd artists over a period of a year, 30 residencies, and they come from all over the world. Italy, Japan, Sweden.
Yeah.
We also, not all our artists are glass artists. Crystal is not a glass artist. If the artist is not a glass maker themselves, then they come up with a design, and our guys make whatever they design. So we've had musicians and poets, ceramicists and painters. So we get all sorts of folks in here, and we have our resident team of glass blowers is super good, and they can make just about anything you can imagine.
Do you ever take let's say I wanted to commission a piece, would I be able to come here?
We do take commissions, but usually they're large. Like if you just wanted a red vase for your mom's birthday, you're probably better off going to a different shop. There's one down the street called Tacoma Glass School. This is sort of set up for big, elaborate projects. Yeah, it's expensive to rent the shop. So, yeah, well, I'm just saying, if you were to live in Tacoma and you wanted like a red vase for your mom's birthday, I would go to Tacoma Glass.
If I wanted a backyard sculpture, then I would commission.
Yeah, if you wanted to start talking in thousands of dollars.
Nothing for awesome artwork.
Good. Yeah. Glad you're coming. Are you guys members?
No, so we're actually from Florida. We just moved
Oh.
to Tampa Bay.
Okay, well then that probably doesn't interest you. Right. Yeah, if you live here, it's a good deal because you can. If you pay to get in, they discount whatever you paid to get in today from the membership. So if it's $100 and the two of you paid 40 to get in or something, you'd only have to pay $60 and you come for the rest of the year. And we have, like I said, changing artists every week. So it's a good place if you have like family, you have a bunch of people of different ages and different tastes, you have to entertain them. This is pretty across the board. The kids like it, the old guys like it.
I came here, I came here when I was a child, maybe 8 years old, and I still remember it. I was quite excited to come
Field
back
trip
here.
or with your family?
With the family, yeah. That's my mama here.
Hi, Mom.
She took me when I couldn't even see over this railing. Yeah, we do have a Jubilee exhibit in St. Petersburg. It's pretty awesome.
That's cool.
Surprisingly, I've never been, but
He grew up here in Tacoma, went to Stadium High School.
Jubilee did.
Yes.
Oh, well, no wonder this is here. Okay.
His mom. Well, this is not a Chihuly museum. There is a Chihuly museum, but it's in Seattle.
Yeah.
He was the son of a barmaid and a butcher. Didn't have two nickels to rub together. He built his own empire
That's
on
awesome.
ingenuity and sheer will.
And passion. Here, Will. Ingenuity. You got it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a mole. Radical.
Yeah, so that's the mold for the bodies. We
Yeah.
have a separate mold for the head.
Yeah, I see now. And then you custom shape the ears.
Yeah, we put the ears on. We sort of made the ears kinda,
Yeah.
and they're sitting in there, and we'll pull them out, and then there's a lot of finishing to do on them.
So when he's blowing on that,
Mm-hmm.
there's got to be some back pressure on it. How does it not like blow hot air like back into your lungs if you're really, really giving that some? I mean, has that ever been a concern?
No. No, we blow into it, and then once you take your mouth off, the air just comes out.
Scary.
When the air reaches the opposite end of the pipe, it's not even warm.
Gotcha.
How hot does it have to be? Like those chambers?
Furnaces,
Yeah.
the glass furnaces where we keep the molten glass, those run at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open,
Yeah.
those are 2300. So a little bit hotter. So just to give you a comparison, 2100 is about the same as the hottest volcano. Volcanoes run from about 1700 to about 2100. So our furnace is about as hot as the hottest volcano.
If not just a little bit hotter. 2300, huh? Yeah, that was wicked. That was also cleans the spine on it.
We stream everything here. Everything that you see.
Another question I want to ask is, do you live stream
Yes.
the glass blowing?
Well, we live stream from our website, but we also have a YouTube page where we have a collection of videos of some demonstrations, different artists. So if you type in Museum of Glass YouTube, in some ways I prefer the YouTube to the stream because the YouTube videos are edited.
Right.
So you don't have to see somebody going back and forth 60 times.
30 minutes on one ear, yeah.
The edited videos are more interesting, I find.
Heck yeah. It's always fun, if you're doing something, you turn on a live stream, you can check back in, see the progress.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense with the like sports or something when you want to watch a game. But I don't really care for watching it. I never watch the streams here. But I do look at the YouTube videos.
Well, even if you wanted to like put something on in the background.
What?
If you wanted to like put something on like in the background, if you
Yeah, I
live
mean, you
stream
could do.
it,
I'm not saying don't look at it, but
No,
I'm just saying
yeah, no. If
I
you're like really
prefer,
paying attention.
the edited thing. We don't have to watch the guy go back and forth 100 times.
Makes sense.
And you don't have to listen to me.
Boy, this is my favorite part so far.
Native American culture.
Okay.
She's a Tlingit, Northwest Indian tribe, and you can see how this is stylized.
Showing her the pictures of the Native American art, the bear, and
Yeah.
whatnot.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen lots of movies.
Yeah. So that's where
Oh, yeah, no, I see it.
that's where the bear comes from.
Very, what an awesome commission piece, too.
What?
What an awesome commission piece to be put
Oh
in the
yeah.
airport.
No, it's a big deal.
Yes,
So
indeed.
it'll be.
I wish it was there when we're flying back at the end of the
Oh.
week. Come on, hurry up.
We're shooting for May,
Yeah.
but it depends on how the construction goes, because we won't be able to install it till all the construction is done.
Absolutely. I get that.
If you ever been around construction, you know that keeping to schedules is not.
I'm a plumber, so
Oh, there you
I
go.
get it. I do get it.
So May is the wish list.
Okay.
But
yeah, I mean, so I'll be coming out, here and there over the years, so I really look forward to seeing
Okay,
this
it'll be in
installed.
the new part of Concourse C. That's what they're building right now.
Okay, got it. Very cool. Heck yeah, thank you so much for the information, sir. It's a
Oh, you're
pleasure
welcome.
talking to you.
It's good talking to you. Thank you guys for coming in. We appreciate it.
I'll be back for sure. This is awesome. I'm feeling inspired. I want to go make art now.
There you go. Knock it out.
That's just about.
See you guys. So the bubble that they have in the center is the body of the bear. Gabe is reaming out a little hole. We're going to use that hole once these things are cold. We're going to coat them on the inside with an anti-shatter coating. So should they get, they're going to be in a public space. So should they get broken, the coating will hold all the pieces together. Yeah.
With the body part, he heats up the underside and then adds a little bit and then cuts it off
Oh.
before he stabs the hole. So what is that extra?
Because when we make a hole, if we take the tool and we poke it in, the edges of the hole curve inward. And we're going to fill this thing with the anti-shatter coating, and we won't be able to, if the hole goes inward, we won't be able to get all of it out. So when we stab it with what's called a puntetto, and we pull it out, it draws the glass up, and when we cut that off, so the edges of the hole go up instead of going into the volume. We'll drip a little water, give it a tap, off it comes. So we're getting the top of the bear's body warm and shaped up, and we're going to attach the head. Sarah, over on the far left, has the bear's head. We're going to heat up the top of the body and the bottom of the head, and we'll stick them together. Has anybody got any questions? All these glass bears that we're making are for the artist Crystal Worl. She has a commission to do these installation at the SeaTac airport. They're going to put her installation in the new extension to the Sea Concourse. They'll be wall mounted. There'll be 27 of these bears mounted in 3 rows of 9. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? They'll be at SeaTac. It's commissioned by the Port Authority. It's going to be in the new, they're extending the Sea Concourse, and it'll be in that new section. I'm thinking maybe 24. I haven't counted them. Oh, with the prices? I don't have no idea. No. They usually select an artist and they make a presentation of what their idea is, and they either accept it or they don't. And this is Crystal's idea for this installation. They're part of her Native American culture that's common to the Northwest. She's Tlingit. Yep. We're almost done. Can I help you?
You guys have the shears like tools in here somewhere?
Oh, yeah, we have a whole room full of tools.
In the back.
Yeah, I'll show you. So everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly. The slow cooling process is called annealing. So we're going to take this off our metal rod. We're going to place it in our annealing oven, the big black oven with the, and we're going to cool it slowly overnight. If we just made this and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. When we grab that sculpture, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass is hard. Do you folks have any questions? have any questions?
Questions? Like, how do they do this?
How do they do this? They practice at it. It's just like blowing bubbles. You ever blown bubbles? That's the same thing. Instead of soap, you use soap, we use glass. Yeah, it's pretty creative.
Think it has to be hot?
Do you have any questions?
Why do they use fire? Why do they use fire?
Yeah, because the glass is only soft when it's really hot. So we have to use fire to make it hot. And when it's hot, it's soft. And when it's soft, we can shape it.
That's how they're able to squish it into different shapes. Just like when they made the bug. Because they use fire to make it soft.
Yes?
Actually two. First off, is it quote unquote legal to do this in the places that you make yourself, or is it like you have to require?
You lost me there.
Okay,
Is it
so
legal?
is it legal to do this, like for example, in your garage if you have
Sure.
all this prepared?
Sure. I mean, you don't need all this. You're looking at the fanciest setup possible.
Yeah, I know, but like something along the lines of this.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it depends on your zoning,
Fair.
but
Well, also, would it be like, are you guys like hiring for jobs, or is this just like a volunteer thing?
oh no, this is their career. These
Oh,
guys have been working here for they've been working here for 24 years.
nice.
I have a question.
Sure.
What is this creature?
A bear.
Why? Okay. And why are they making so many?
Because they're going to do an installation at the SeaTac at the airport in their new concourse.
Oh,
They've
cool.
commissioned the artist. She's a Native American artist. You can see it's rendered in the kind of Northwest
Yeah.
Plinkett style.
When is the installation being put in?
It's scheduled for May, but you know it depends
Oh,
on
okay.
how their construction goes.
Yeah.
Because you can't really install it until they're finished with their construction.
Right.
I
Maybe
would.
we'll be able to see it next fall.
Yeah, probably. That would be my guess.
Yeah. No, that's very cool. Are the colors that are chosen specific from the artist's like vision?
Her work,
I've never
it's
seen
sort of
this
a
pastel-y
mixture of sort of modern art and traditional Plinkett art, and so the colors I'd say are more from the modern side,
Yeah.
and the forms are more from the traditional
side.
Plinkett.
Yeah. Very cool. Thank you.
Yeah, it helps, especially the metal molds, because you can get what's called chill marks. Yeah, so they're right now that is the metal mold for the head, and so they've got the torch and they are pre-warming it.
Is that the head then?
Yes, that's will be the That mold there will be the head of the bear. Not the head. Yeah.
So, and what is this animal called?
What did bear? Oh, the animal. A bear. Oh, I don't know what that is. Okay. I'm just a tour guide. I have a limited scope. So over on this table here, we have a small mold for the bear's ears. So they're knocking out some ears on that steel table. Just basically pouring molten glass into this kind of, I would call it a C-shaped mold. Oh, good, you can see it on the big screen. Oh, thank you, Chris. Yeah, that's perfect. So that's the mold for the ears. We're dripping the molten glass into the mold. Squish it a little bit. So we'll put them in the garage, and tomorrow we'll have knocked out a bunch of ears. We'll have them already made. So we're coming sort of towards the end of our day. Museum's open another 20 minutes. So, yeah. If anybody wants to see the exhibits or go to the gift shop, it's 4:40. We close at 5. So if there's something else you want to do while you're here, this would be the time to do it.
pieces in the finished units. She wants to have extra, so we'll.
Got the idea.
Does that make sense? That's close.
You gotta spread the left there. Like Sarah got it down. They make these bodies look. Somebody. So we're getting ready to blow our bubble into the mold for the head. Gabe in the center is shaping up his glass bubble. The tool in his hand is called the block. We drop the bubble inside the mold. We close the mold around the bubble, and then we blow. We can blow into the pipe, and then we close it up with our thumb, and the heat and pressure expands the air automatically, so we don't have to blow constant. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take that head off the pipe, and we'll be using it tomorrow. We'll cool it down slowly overnight and then heat it back up again. Taking the torch and melting the edge where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into one of our kilns over on the left. So we're going to use this bubble that Gabe is making in the center workbench to make one of the bear's heads. These bears are made in two separate sections. We have one mold for the head, another mold for the body, and then we'll join the two parts together. So Gabe is preparing the bubble for the mold. So drop the bubble into the mold, close the mold around it, and blow. The blowing expands the bubble, and it takes on the shape of the interior of the mold, which is our bear head shape. that's where we cool the glass down. So we keep them at a constant temperature all day long. We place everything we make during the day in there. And then at night, they have a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down overnight. So anything that's out here had to be made at least a day. We're getting ready to blow another head. Gabe in the center has the bubble. He's going to prepare it, get it to the right shape, the right heat. Blowing into molds is sometimes more difficult than it seems. You have to prepare the bubble particularly for each mold. If you want it to blow out evenly and capture all the details. If you came in later, our guest artist is Crystal Worl, the woman in the gray top and black pants. To the right is center. She's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make a art installation for the SeaTac Airport. It'll consist of 27 of these bears, these Northwest Native American style bears. We're blowing the bears in two parts, one for the head and one for the body, and then we're going to join the two together. In the center, we're working on the head.
Is it the veterans bottle? Is it the veterans bottle? Is it blue?
So we're going to put our head, our bear's head, into the silver oven with the curved side. That's called the garage. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes into the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll heat it up a little extra. Sarah on the left is preparing the bubble for the body of the bear. here we go. We're heating up the bubble. It's really soft. Drop it into the mold. Close the mold around it. Clamp it shut. And we're blowing till the glass bubble fills the mold in the shape of the bear's body.